District authorities issued a required weekly test for S&D and Clay MN beginning at 1 to 4 p.m. Dang it, I'm mixing things up. The civil authorities have issued a required weekly test for S&D and Clay MN beginning at 10:04 a.m. and ending at 11:04 a.m. This is a required weekly test, and that's all I'm going to say. Well, good. The desktop audio didn't capture any of it. Well, I guess we were on time after all, and I'm quite happy. We were given our connection back at the last second. So now that we're back online, good morning, everyone. On this Sunday here, yeah, I didn't get enough time to do all this catch-up stuff, so that's what I'm doing right now. So that's what I've waited for. That's what I was waiting for this whole time on the actual station, and it never went through. Oh, that was only two. There we go. There we go. That will be needed of it. And we will continue that process in just a moment. We're going to do the Wordle first before we do that. If only. Cedar. Huh, Tinner. Well, that's today's word. Alright, let's continue with the catch-up thing now. This one failed. I saw WTJU failed as well. So this is their, in terms of our sort of strike system or whatever, this is the first. So, depending on how many more times they continue to fail, if they continue to fail to test at that time two more times, then they will be removed from our weekly test list. And this is the next one. And this is the last one. Hey, what's in here? This one never went through anything. Not even my station. All right. Now for this area here. This one's first. That I got live. Other than WJON himself. And finally, right below it is VPR Classical. Oh, and there's one more. I forgot about the Mid Hudson Valley, didn't I? Well, I didn't have a choice, really. This Mid Hudson or Lower Hudson? The thing came up midway. Then I got live. That I got WGON. That I got live. WIZB wants to test early, huh? Right there, there we go. And I'll keep scrolling while that's going. Actually, there's one more. Which failed, of course. Here we go. This one's 10:29 a.m. And that's the other one I did WGON for, and that's it. The alert tone. This concludes this test of the emergency alert system. All right. The only other thing then is in here. There we go. That is all of it. Huh. A Cox wants to test on a Sunday. Okay. That's interesting. And I just saw the notification earlier that Birmingham tested too. which John failed. Pretty sure that was today because they didn't do it yesterday. Now, is this Lower Hudson or Mid Hudson?
To the test of the lower Hudson.
Well, that's all we're gonna get. Just that. Alright. We'll wait now for that other test, and then after that happens, then that should then be everything. Should be all of it. And then I just gotta put everything in the correct order. And then we should be all set with that. So now that we agreed to get that nuisance done earlier, even before we came on here, that means we won't have any interruptions again. Isn't that nice? We should be able to go on with our Roblox show uninterrupted today. Yeah, hopefully uninterrupted. What I mean by interrupted, meaning our connection being cut, the only interruption really should be lunch and dinner, and that's it. Unless my father wants to sneak a chore into my schedule. But otherwise, we should be able to go through today's Roblox show uninterrupted. So, now, while we're still waiting, I'm sure you all would like to know what happened last night after we left you. Well, of course, that Bubble Scruppies episode came on, and I played around. Well, actually, had that running in the background, along with this, which I really enjoy. It's this part. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna play of it. But that was the part I kept repeating constantly of the song. I couldn't get enough of it. And then, before starting round two, I thought I'd perfectly time this with the other new song that I added. Yeah, with the other new song that I added. If we go to the other new song that I added to the lineup. So that's pretty much what I did. But when I looked at Google Maps, I saw that they had finally updated the information regarding Billy Boys. If you may remember, last weekend we were discussing how we were discussing the permanent closure of a childhood icon of mine, and this was the one. And I see Drew joined, so I know he's going to be begging me like any second now. So might as well see what's going on with him. Okay, so moving on. So moving on. So Google Maps had finally updated the information on the restaurant to now say that it has permanently closed. And there was a comment down here. No, I think it was actually on Yelp. It was actually a latest Yelp review. But then their website also finally went offline. You can see the Bento Box website you were looking for is not here. So that indicates that the Billy Boys website has been taken offline, and this is the service that their site used, and this is just to look at other local restaurants that have their own. So yeah, Hillgrove Tap runs on this platform. So yeah, that confirms that Billy Boys is officially no more. And I was looking at Yelp reviews on this place too earlier on. Let's see. I don't think there's links to Yelp, but yeah, there were a lot of 5-star reviews of this place. Lots of 5-star reviews. That's how good they were. And I heard one was disappointed that, well, one heard that they were going to sell the place. Now, that's actually what I think was going on. The owners were retiring, and they were going to sell the restaurant to a new owner to keep it going, which I suppose, nobody was interested in. Nobody was interested in keeping Billy Boys going, so that's why they ended up closing. So, so as I've mentioned at the end of last week's show, I, along with many other people, are incredibly disappointed to find out Billy Boys. Actually, incredibly sad to find out that Billy Boys is gone. Because a lot of us have eaten here all the time. All the time. All the damn time. And I couldn't get enough of it. I mean their burgers, they were just delicious. They were just absolutely delicious. They were just delicious in every possible way. And there will never be another place like Billy Boys. But as I was also talking about, what currently is the plan for next weekend? Oh my gosh, next weekend already? Updated by phone call 2 weeks ago. So Google is updating all of the information. So this is where we're looking to go. Primo's. I've actually told you all about this place for quite a while now. So yeah, that's their hours. So we're gonna go. So me and my Nana have actually agreed on going going here for dinner next Saturday night after next weekend's big extravaganza that I've got planned. And I was going to show something, but we'll go ahead and take this opportunity then and talk about this week before I go piecing this compilation together here. I'm going to stop this from switching until this is done. So yeah, it's going to be different when we see the sign without any Billy Boys branding. So it's going to be all right. Let's pause on the Comcast right now so we can get WBJM or WJBM. Sorry, I had flip flopped the call signs. All right. So before we resume with Comcast, let's go and take this opportunity to talk about this week's plan, including today. So, beginning with today, of course, after my lunch break, we will be doing today's Roblox show. So, we'll do today's Roblox show. And then on Monday, as I was discussing over the past couple of days, I will not only continue on with the digital media work, but also begin the rendering process of all of those Wheel of Fortune episodes. Yes, I'm going to start with Wheel of Fortune first, and then I'll also uh, record more episodes of it. There's only 40 episodes left to tape, so I'll be filming episodes of I'll be filming those 40 episodes of the show. Then after those 40 episodes are recorded, that should be it. Now, I've done my calculations. So let's see. By the end of the 10 o'clock hour, I usually do like 2 episodes an hour because the show is usually I usually have the show go for half an hour. So by 2 p.m., 10 episodes will have been recorded, and by 3 would be 12. So 13 episodes, and then if we so I'm thinking we might have the whole thing done. Might have the whole thing done by Thursday. In fact, did they even test? They failed. Oh, there it finally is. Now, of course, my logger didn't take it because of the drama from earlier. But we're going to make it start getting stuff again right now. There we go. We'll lock the machine. All right, that's all good to go. All right, now on to the plan for this week. So, like I said, we'll be doing Roblox later after my lunch break today. We'll start it then. We'll play Ticket to Ride at 9, as we usually do, and then that would take us to the end of tonight. Tomorrow, I'll get back to work with the digital media course. I'll also be taping more of those Wheel of Fortune and Sorry episodes. 40 episodes are left for Wheel of Fortune to tape, but then I'm also going to begin the exporting process of all of them, including the first 100 of those episodes, being redone and retrofitted for the new logos that I've created. I also saw that Mount Ninja Rescue was going to be on during that time tomorrow morning, but you know what? Might as well. Who knows when that episode might air again? So let's take it. Let's take a chance and just enjoy it. Of course, my favorite part is towards the end of it, but I'm not going to go into too specific details of it. But then, of course, the biggest part is Tuesday when construction site comes on during day 2 of the weekly tapings. But also, tomorrow is when all of those shows come back. Yes, that's right. All of them. Of course, 25 words Last Pictionary and First Place Thing will all return for new seasons. Jeopardy will be back for its 42nd. Wheel of Fortune for its 43rd. Flipside for its 2nd. And The Perfect Line is actually joining the lineup this year. And that's going to air right after right after Flipside on the U. But there's going to be a bit of a problem here. And it's because tomorrow night will be the season opener for the Bears. So the big question is, will we get to see Wheel of Fortune here in Chicago? Because this is our market, so we might get a probably. I'm guessing there's going to be the pregame thing taking over Wheel of Fortune as a result. That's what I'm guessing will be the case. So, and that's also going to go over the Quiz with Balls season finale. Now, I was thinking, depending on how long that Tuesday. Oh, that's right. We have that 2 hour season finale of the 1% Club. So, what I was thinking is we may do this the same way, but we could do it on Thursday. We could. But if not, that's alright. Then maybe I'll just watch the Quiz with Balls on my own, then just leave it for them, at a later point. So that's what I'm thinking. So that's what I'm thinking. So, well, I'll think about it. We'll see. We'll see where we take it from there. So, anyway, then on to, well, in terms of programs. So that's with the tapings and everything. So again, Monday. Again, tomorrow I'll work on that digital media assignment. Watch those new seasons of those shows, and then, of course, that rescue episode, all that before Minecraft at 4, which of course will remain unchanged. And then Tuesday will be more. I mean, construction site will be on that morning, and then more tapings of shows, and then more tapings of those shows, and then my OS fundamentals evening class, and then back here to relax for the night. Wednesday, of course, will be no tapings, weekly test show, and it'll actually be part of our 21st, my 21st birthday bash. I see that Bubble Biathlon is going to be on in the middle of all of this, so, oh boy, it's going to be difficult to find a device to put the episode on. But thankfully, though, it's only in the second half of the Eastman Seaboard, so I'll probably just go ahead and put it on my 5th generation iPad, which I usually. And my favorite part of that is usually towards the end. But then also, we're going to get sort of a sneak peek as to. Yeah, a sneak peek as to what is to come for the. Well, that's no big deal. That's no big deal. As long as it logs everything, that's what counts. So, moving right along. Um, so then the plan for Wednesday, yeah, is we'll be going out. I'm gonna be having my birthday dinner. So we'll go through the weekly test show as usual, and then of course we'll we'll conclude with we'll finish up with Monopoly, and then after that, we'll just end the first part. Go out to my birthday dinner, and then come back to start part 2. We'll probably take care of match game during that time because it's going to be the only thing on Wednesday. Now, where are we going for birthday dinner, you may ask? This place, Chaos Brewcade. The last time I was here, I believe, was in 2021. I believe it was 2021 when I was last here, or it could be 22 or even 23. But yeah, probably 20, maybe 2022. One of those two times. That yeah, it's either of those two. So yeah, this is where we're looking to visit. It's a pretty nice place. Well, this is as of January of 2018. And this is really the only 360 view we get. I mean, look at it. We get all these classic arcade machines. We had a skee ball and basketball. In fact, these were all free to play, which is pretty cool. So, of course, I could, at least I get to play all those games during, while waiting for the food to come out. So, so, so that's where we'll be going for birthday dinner, my birthday dinner, that night. But then, as I said, then we'll come right back on. We'll continue and wrap up the weekly test show, and then yeah, this is it's gonna be quite an exciting it's gonna be quite an exciting night. Let me tell you. So yeah, then again, I'll go out to my birthday dinner, and then we will, go out to my birthday dinner, then come right back and continue on with the show, and find something to fill in the remaining time following the conclusion of match game. So
Hello.
let's see. That was the birthday special I was talking about. So then the next thing is regarding Thursday. So of course Thursday I'll be back to taping episodes again of those shows, as well as take care of those other discussion things from my evening classes, head my other evening class, then come back, do backyard baseball, and I'll also put together the remaining 40 of those Wheel of Fortune episodes. Oh, I see North Utah is here.
Yep.
I wonder what he is. Oh, the Bearcat VC370 CRS, I see.
It was brand new in box.
Yeah, even better. I mean, that kind of old stock you can't find new in box very often. All for what? Wow, now that's a great deal. I mean, I only got my Bearcat WX100 for like what, 285.
Oh.
It was used, which of course was to be expected considering it's an old item. It was actually from a best offers because we offered a yeah, because I offered the seller half off.
But they declined.
No, they actually accepted that offer. And it was like, let's see, I think it was like 400 something, something over 400. It was actually over $400, but but we offered them 200 and they accepted it.
Yeah.
So that's great. And now I've had a Bearcat WX100 in my possession for quite a while, and it's And that's actually what I actually got that almost brand new because the power cord was not wrapped in its plastic bag that would normally be packaged, but it came with everything else. Came with the box, came with the manual. Yep, the power cord, the radio, the manual, everything.
Wow.
It came with all the stuff it would come with when you go out to a Radio Shack and you buy it brand new.
Fun fact: we actually have installed a Radio Shack here in Utah.
There is a Radio Shack in Utah?
Yep, it's 15 minutes from me.
But of course it's not the classic Radio Shack anymore.
No, it's still across.
Yeah, but not gonna find too many of their original products like the 12996, 993, that stuff.
They even sell FR3.
which is which is which is great.
The fact they still sell Radio Shack branded batteries is crazy as well.
All right, so let me get back to the the schedule I was talking about for this week. So then I got into Thursday. Yeah, I got into Thursday where we'll be doing backyard baseball after my other evening class for college. And then on Friday, of course, I'll be taping more episodes again, but that time it will likely be sorry only because I will have recorded all of the 185 new Wheel of Fortune episodes that will fill up the space to go through 2026.
Nice.
Yeah, to go through 2026, so all of next year. Now, of course, we'll do our Friday Fun Night show that night, but then next Saturday, which, if you remember watching our show yesterday, we did the Game of Life and Play 18, as we like to call it, twice. Now, this is because I'll actually be celebrating my birthday with the rest of my family. So,
By the way, birthday.
yes, my birthday is this Thursday actually. So, yeah, we'll be having a big birthday celebration. So that means we won't be doing any sort of Saturday shows for that matter. And I was talking about the kind of content that will be coming to my channel during that time frame. So, a remaster of episode 6 of the Street Viewing on Apple Maps series.
Ooh,
I-290. Yep, the sixth episode. It was a long time ago. And I was thinking, you know what? Because there's a better song now. I'd be more than happy to remaster it. So, give it another try. And this time it turned out much better than the first attempt. So, well, mainly the remasters are just yeah, well, pretty much the remasters of these Street View videos are well, some of them mainly from the construction or revamps of the existing surroundings of the roadway, but other times it's mainly because I find a better song to utilize.
Because last two tests they didn't activate.
Yeah, and speaking of which, my recom didn't even activate for the weekly test last week, even though it was picking up Plano pretty clearly. I believe it's saying check reception now. What? Dang it, yes. It didn't take it at all.
I'm thinking the headers are too long for the Bearcats to decode it. Because it's like a 3-second header.
Well, Plano's, the amount of counties Plano covers, it's decent enough. The recon has been picking it up, but I'm guessing it might be as a result of the skipping glitch that's been happening with a lot of NWR transmitters. That's
The
probably
skipping glitch?
that's probably what might have happened, and that's why my station, along with a whole bunch of other stations that monitor these NWR transmitters, haven't been relaying anything off, haven't been taking anything off of them.
Yeah, my station likes to do 3-second header tones for the weekly test. 2 to 3 seconds.
Yeah, the 3-second attention signal. Yeah, that one. But KLT's logger does it for everything, for some reason. I don't know why, but it.
I don't know why it's that long. Like, I don't think there's a need for it to be that long.
Yeah. There's no reason for an attention signal on a weekly test to be the default length of like 10 seconds.
From what?
Yeah, that would be a time where it would be that long.
But get this. The severe tones from what tones here are equivalent to the old record weekly test tones. The tension tones are really short.
Wow. That's interesting. Okay, so moving on then with the discussion then. So we were about to get to the what next weekend has planned. So I already mentioned about a remaster of I-290, but there's actually 2 more other pieces of content that's going to be coming alongside that. Hopefully, if I can get the front row seat in my father's SUV, I will be able to get more footage and sort of an update on the construction on northbound I-294 from I-55 to, in fact, hopefully all the way to the end at I-94 in Deerfield, Lake Cook Road. I'm hoping we can get all the way, because in the first 2 times, we only went up to O'Hare Airport. The second video is started at Route 53 on I-55, but this time, we're going to do all I-294. All I-294. And this time with completely different music. And of course,
I would be interested to see you do I-80.
In fact, I did I-80 in a Street View video already. Well, in a Street View episode and a real driving episode, I did that. I made that one on last Christmas. I made that on Christmas Eve.
Oh.
So yeah, we did I-80 from Ridge Road all the way to the southern terminus of I-294, and then taking part of Illinois 394 up to Glenwood Dyer Road.
Ooh.
And then later that night, I did another video of 294, but this time northbound from Illinois Route 394 and I-94 all the way to Cicero Avenue.
I-15 cuts up all the way into from Montana before I-90. So from tip top of I believe Montana before Missoula, it's I-15 all the way down into Arizona. That's how long I-15 is.
It is, yeah. I believe I actually followed that length in on Google Maps at like one point years ago. But anyway, yeah, that's part of the coming attractions. So yeah, the remaster 290, another shot of northbound 294, and I'm also looking to do a southbound shot too. 294 southbound going all the way to 95th Street.
Nice.
Well, at least that's what I'm hoping for. But then, the biggest attraction out of all will be the next installment of the Rail Fanning Chicagoland series. This time, it's Northbrook.
Ooh, Northbrook.
Yes, I have never been to Northbrook before, so this is going to be my first time there, and that's actually where we'll be having lunch before we go to the Parking Miniature Golf in Lincolnshire.
Mom's going up to Chicago for a week.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to the parking. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah.
And then,
Mom's going up. Mom's going up to Chicago for a week.
ooh, so I hope she has a good
It's
time.
for them.
So I hope she has a good time there. Well, up here
She's going to Chicago for a week.
for work. Yeah, there's another family. There's another member of my family who now lives in South Carolina. Comes up here to Chicago as a part of his business. He actually works for a business. Well, of course, I don't know any specific details about it, but I will not explain any of those details for a good reason. Anyway, so yeah, that's what next weekend has in store. But also, to accommodate for all of this, there will not be a county request video next weekend. So as a result, no street view poll, no county request poll. There won't be any of that next week, as the street view video was actually made on the same day as the other video, which was Beesterfield Road. We did that last week. So I made 290 right after Beesterfield Road, and in fact, I finished up 290 after I came back from the Yorkville Hometown Festival, which, as some of you may remember, I showed off the Arachnid Electronic Shuffleboard. Yeah, that I've been playing that I had been playing for like hours. Of course I was. I told you all the story about it. It was fun. So yeah. So 290 is all scheduled and ready to go. But then I won't be able to get Northbrook and 294 up until later that night. Once I have all of those well, actually, there's more to it than just that, and that's the whole reason why we're not doing any of our Saturday stuff in the first place. It's because after all of this, I'll be spending the night at one of my grandparents, and that night I was just talking about it. We'll be having Primo's, another um, a classic ice cream place of mine. Not just for ice cream, but I'll be having their burger as well for dinner. Mm. I've had it twice. It was good. And their menu items were almost as similar to Billy Boys in terms of my sense. And we were just talking about this too. If you may remember, I was talking about at the end of last week's show that Billy Boys. And I'm gonna go retake ICN. I did not like how it turned out. So, if you remember, I talked about last week that um, the owners of Billy Boys had retired. They had tried to sell the restaurant to a new owner, but unfortunately, no one was interested. So they ended up closing the restaurant for good after nearly half a century in business. Half a century. That is incredible. That's incredible. Half a century. Alright, that takes care of that. And I'll go ahead and turn this guy off because that is the end of that show. Yeah. Because you may remember from last week, I was talking about how Billy Boys, the original owners of Billy Boys, was looking to sell the restaurant to a new owner, but unfortunately, no one was interested. So they ended up closing it for good after nearly half a century in business. Which, in fact, for a lot of people, including myself, it was actually incredibly sad because from the reviews I've seen and from the comments that were made on their final post, which actually informed everybody about the closure, and which informed everyone of the permanent closure. They mentioned that they had really good ribs, and that the closure came without prior notice. So that was not a good way to send off a. That was not a good way to send off a classic restaurant with such an incredible history. So I happened to plan. So I happened to plan Primos at. Oh wait, it's KWFN. There. All right, going back on 97.3 The Fan, and that should be the last one. So yeah, we're planning on visiting Primo's for dinner that night with my Nana, and of course I'll be having their burger, their fries, and of course their signature ice cream. Yes, the ones that have the eyes, the ones that got the eyes on them, which is something that I believe Frosty Tips also does. We were going to go to Frosty Tips last week, but unfortunately, my father didn't want to because of his. So, yeah. The health of my father was the most important out of all of it. So, but you know what? It's all right. I've already planned out. I've already planned out Primo's, so we'll have that for dinner that night. And then if and I'll probably just spend some of the time putting together. This was what 8:47. Okay. Oh wait, this is 7:09. There we go. So, as part of the let's see. So that after I have dinner, I'm not sure when dinner is going to be exactly, but if I have time before dinner, then I can pretty much get to work on creating the I 294, the video of both I 294 and Northbrook. Northbrook will actually be the easiest one out of all of them because it's mainly just mashing the videos together. And that's it. That's really all it is. So when that's complete, then I'll move on to I 294, which is going to be a little more difficult because I have to, adjust the speed of the you know, I have to adjust the speed and everything, cut off any non-essential parts and whatever. But I was thinking, why don't we run that video through Clipchamp instead? Because I think iMovie was probably just a little it's a little difficult with iMovie, as it only goes up to 2x speed, but we'll see how far we get with Clipchamp if that's the route we go. So, then once both episodes are totally edited, then we are planning to do our sorry episode for that week. Our stream of Way Sorry and Way Sorry Strategy, which was why we only did one game of each last night. That's why we only did one game of each of those two. But that's not all. During that, while that live stream is going, we're actually, I was actually told we're probably going to have a special guest with us too. All right, there we go. Everything is together now. Yeah, we'll be having a special guest with us during that show. Now who's testing? Oh, that's right. Everybody really wants to get their test in, don't they? So, in terms of special guests, if I go to the other approved content folder, you may remember this big boy right here. Yes, this German Shepherd, Jack. I actually made a video of him. This is the video I made of him back in 2022. And I feel like every time I say I would try to document this dog on tape again, I don't even do it. But you know what? That's actually looking to change. Because not only am I going to be staying the night, but at least my company is going to be with this dog right here. Yes, this dog named Jack. Now, I actually found this out because their owners is also his owner is also going to be in town. So since those two will be staying at a hotel, from what I have been told, they're actually going to be sending Jack over to my Nana and have her take care of him while they're in town. So at least I'll get to spend the night with him. I don't know if he's gonna do the same thing that he did when I was in Florida. I don't know if it's gonna be like that, where I don't know how many nights he did it while I was there. I don't know how many nights he did it, but I think if I remember, he walked up to me with that smile on his face. That's probably what he just stared at me for like a second and then walked away. I don't know if that's what it's gonna be like when he's there. But oh man, I'm gonna have to try to accommodate a lot of my stuff for that. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to try and accommodate a lot of stuff for it. A lot of stuff. Let me tell you. I'm gonna have to accommodate a lot of my stuff for that little fella. But I'll try to find good space so we can do our sorry show. Of course, Way Sorry and then Way Sorry Strategy after that. And then I don't know, maybe I'll show more of Jack on tape. There, I might. But I do not know if that's what's going to be happening or not. But again, we don't know for sure how that's going to go. But But hopefully I can make it that night without any sort of allergic reaction. That's what I'm hoping for. Because that would not be a good birthday with an allergic reaction. I would not want to see it. I do not want to have that happen. Not at all. But of course, with dogs, they have minds of their own, and sometimes they can't. Sometimes you can't resist the temptation. You know. But that's the way life is, and that's kind of why dogs are called man's best friend. They're called man's best friend for a reason. But yeah. So that's what that weekend has in store, and then that then means Sunday we won't be able to do any sort of show either. But at the moment, we don't know what the plan is for that day. But again, once we know more, you will be the first to know. But I'm guessing it's going to be pick me up, or maybe have breakfast or lunch or whatever, and then head home. But if we do get back home in time, we'll probably do a shortened Roblox show. We probably might be able to do a shortened Roblox show. And then we'll go on with Ticket to Ride as usual. And then after that, we'll pretty much be back to normal. We'll be back to normal with everything for that week. But then the following Saturday, the 20th, we'll do 2 rounds of, we're going to do 2 rounds of nearly everything again. But this time, we're going to push Way Sorry to Sunday that week. Well, I'm talking about the following week, the 27th. So the 28th, then we'll do Way Sorry. And then the Way Sorry strategy after that. So yeah, next weekend, it's going to be exciting. I'm looking forward to all of it. I'm looking forward to the excitement. So I'm excited to see my cousins again and, get to do another Royal Fanning adventure for the first time since we wrapped up Season 4 of Downers Grove about a month ago. Yeah, it was actually about a month. Yeah, it was actually nearly a month ago. In fact, it was a month ago when we wrapped up the season. I'm kind of disappointed that it's over, but I enjoyed doing the live. I enjoyed doing it live with you all. And I don't know. If you would like me to do it again next year, I'll be more than happy to. I'm thinking about a poll, or I'm thinking about doing a vote or something to have you all decide if you want to see this Downers Grove thing in live form again or not. I'll think about it. We still have a long way to go before that comes back. Alright, so with that said, now that we have everything all caught up, let's go and take our first commercial break. And when we come back, the Roblox extravaganza begins. welcome back, everyone. It's time to kick off today's, and this week's rather, Roblox extravaganza. Just making sure that the live feed is synced on the other machine. Alright, there we go. So, we're going to go to Cornerstone first, and we'll play some games there. All these Japanese cats. And love messing around with the trains. The HO scale trains, in fact. And there's all the HO scale bullet trains they got. And there's all the cats waiting for the train to show up so they could knock it off the tracks. And sometimes they even block the track completely. This is going in the reverse direction. And then here was where the train derailed. And yep, it was by the cat, but it made impact with the. What is this? You shouldn't touch my paw. I'll just disregard that. So, so that's new. There's like missions at the top. So you can get like a bonus. Cornerstone says. Yeah, why don't we play mini golf again first? And we can set a color for our ball. We'll play for tickets here. All right, let us begin. Huh, what's this? Card cluster. To the pile with the same color number. So this is like Uno in some sort of way. Okay, so that's what this is about. I guess maybe there was a time penalty. Alright, so let's play again. How do we skip the directions? Yeah, I guess we can't skip it, so. I don't think I've ever seen this game here before. I was gonna play the bingo thing, but then I saw this, so. Can't be the same number, it has to be the same color. No, did better. Huh, Spell Race, what's this game? Complete 5 words in 30 seconds. Type here. So. So then level 2 it gets harder, so. So then it gets harder. So then it gets harder as we go. Yeah, out of lives, game over, so. Yeah, so if you run out of chances, then yeah, the game's over and you don't win anything. Other than a 2-ticket consolation prize, so. So that's what that game is. Oh, I didn't turn on the sound, didn't I? Alright. Let's play some this game now. looks like I won the jackpot on this game here, but the question is how much longer is it to get harder from here? It doesn't look like it. That doesn't matter because I won the jackpot. That's how that works. Nice. I was just thinking, we didn't play that Tringo game yet. Well, we have to go find it. Here's the original Magic Spell. The one we did was the deluxe version with the keyboard. With the full QWERTY keyboard. And here it is right here.
Triple. Out. 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 Double. Out. Triple.
Yep, as I expected, my father's gonna shove some chores down my throat in the middle of the show. But you know what? At the same time, at least it's gonna give us like a break time, from this show. Anyway, maybe I should probably save this game for last, one of the later times. I see this Doghouse game has actually received some updates. So why don't we go here? So definitely a lot of updates to this game since we were last here. Is it locked? Yeah, it looks like the door is locked, so we'll have to go through the garage. Unless we can open that. Okay, so we can't go through the garage. Let's try entering through the back door. Or is that locked too? Wow, the whole house is locked. Yeah, the whole house is like locked. I can't even open it at all. Relcott Security Division. I believe that's what the label says. And the outside fans are running. It's like 30 degrees. Too bad I can't open the door. So I guess that's that already. Now why don't we play some Super Golf now? So yeah, why don't we do that next? Well, that was only 9 holes. Quite a short game, huh? What else do we have? Oh, we have that. We can do another round of that extremely long Uno game. Sure, let's do that. We're going to do the MGD wear mode. And of course, nothing but bots. And let's start the game. Thumbs have not finished loading yet, but there we go. All the elements are slowly loading one by one.
Show for the fan. Show for the fat. Official. 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 Show for the fat. Official. Official! Official! Official!
Official. Show for the fat. Official. Show for the fat. Official. Official.
Official.
Official. Official. Official.
Ah, my gosh. Okay. Before we move on to the next game, I was just thinking. Of course, we haven't gone back on any of the Amtrak's yet. So let's do that now. Doesn't look like we have any status on Zephyr number 6. It arrived right on time. Right on time at 9:55. So we'll rewind to here, like 9:53. Okay, so maybe we need to rewind a little bit more in order to see it. There we go. There we go. Alright, now did we see. I don't think we saw 4 yet. Let's check the plate and see when it came. It's like 4 is very late. Alright, so we'll come back and check on that a bit later. So, let's see. Julie Java. This was number 8. Well, first did a baggage stop, and then unloaded all the passengers off of the train. But then there is one more train and one more other thing, because apparently KSPK decided to test again, although they already did it last night. That was like after we left. So here's when the Borealis showed up. Yep, pretty much the same consist as before. So nothing too different. Alright then, let's go ahead and take care of this other test here, and then we'll move on to the next game. Pretty quick, because it only lasts 15 seconds. That's fine. Alright. And now with that taken care of, we can now proceed. Let's do the San Francisco game next. All right. I see Charleston finally put a warning out. Well, it means to say is that they're finally playing the product. There's a lot of elements to this to process. There we go. All right. Since my father wants before dishes, let's take another commercial break. And when we come back, more Roblox fun. Welcome back, everyone. I do apologize for the long wait, but was that everything I needed? There was one more, so I want to make sure I got everything. I'll wait for it to get around. All right. So yeah, I thought, why don't I just go ahead and get the lawn and the dishes done at the same time? Well, not at the same time, but one after the other. So now I won't have to worry about it. So before we continue on, I see 4 has left. So I want to take care of this now before we. No, not Fort Madison. It's not going to be till later. So here's number 4 showed up. We'll deal with the bird after we take care of 4, and we'll do that before we do 3 and 5. Alright, let's take care of that bird thing. This looks to be a highlight from last night's stream that I missed most of. But at least this was a highlight from it, so. Yeah, I saw this moment live. It was actually a miniature PlayStation controller. Of the 30th anniversary of PlayStation name. But it was such a shame that that 30th anniversary thing for the PS5 was a limited time. It'd be nice if they actually made it permanent, though. Actually, would have been nice, but fortunately, it's not the case. This guy actually has an original PlayStation too. The original PlayStation, not PS2 PlayStation, the first one. Oh my god, it actually plays the PlayStation startup sound. It actually plays the PlayStation startup sound. Too bad it's only available in Japan, though. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness, would I want a bird that does that? I don't know. Alright, now to Mendota. There was 3, but we'll get to you in a second. we're going to deal with Zephyr number 5 first. Nothing special to see. Oh man, they're taking the 60 and 82 again. Okay, now for 3. Right here was when it arrived. Nothing at the back. 11 and 179. There we go. Alright, so that's in there. Let me put in everything that we have so far. Let's see. And this was the first flash warning I tried to get. Oh, so that was a coastal flood advisory, not the actual issuance. So both of them had already been updated. Okay, I know these kind of typically have music, but I want to see. Oh wow, sounds like they actually fixed it. Yeah, there actually kind of is music. But I believe, thankfully, Comcast took both of them. Let's check. Yep, it looks like it took them both. So that's great. Oh, the page is still loading. Okay, so Comcast took both of them. That's great. That is great news. Okay, now we're going to move on to our next game. While I go back on them all. One by one. This should be from KCHS. Well, WIWF. Yep, that's a better originator of it than
Mute desk Roblox W dollar sign dollar sign dollar sign dollar sign cap dub space cap W at symbol number sign number space dollar sign space cap D cap E cap W cap D cap D cap W exclamation point exclamation point exclamation point exclamation point W W
one. Why don't we just enjoy the waves without this other obnoxious music in the background?
W A W double A
I don't think I can really access the settings panel.
W. Escape.
Let me
R.
try
Enter.
resetting. See if that gives me the option now.
W. A. S.
Huh. Not working, that's a shame.
Escape. L. Enter.
Let's try rejoining and let's see. Or is it the narrator? Oh, there we go. Okay, we'll turn the music off
Enter.
completely. There we go,
W.
that's better. That's better.
Space. Space. Cap D. Space. Cap D. Space. Cap D. Cap D. Space. Space. Cap. W. W. A. A.
Now that sounds much better.
Exiting narrator.
And much better without the narrator, too. Yeah. This sounds much better without those other obnoxious sound effects, music, and everything. I could throw some nice calm music in here, boy. If I can. I mean, I would like to throw some nice calm music in here too. So all these Comcasts are going to replace those clips. Yeah, let's take a moment and just enjoy a sound that one average adult can't enjoy. Because and that would be this sound effect here. Of course, the waves crashing on the shore. It's such a shame that I did not get to enjoy too many scenes like the sound effect. But while I did get to see some beaches throughout the summer, throughout the trip, they weren't as promising. It was mainly along the west coast, and a lot of them were quite rocky. It was... Is it? Oh, that wasn't one of them. So yeah, this is what I was talking about here. These kinds of beaches. Unfortunately, they weren't sandy in any way. These were more rocky kinds. I don't actually necessarily care for, those kinds of shoreline surfaces. I prefer sand over rocks. I mean, let me tell you, all the beaches that I've ever been to in my life, well, a lot of them were mainly along Lake Michigan, but the only rocky beaches that I've ever been to up until the Seattle trip was Myrtle Beach. Well, while the actual land surfaces were sand, as you start walking further into the surf, as you go further into the surf, then that was where I started feeling the kind of material begin to change. Again, particularly, what's beneath the surface. It didn't feel like sand anymore. It started feeling more like, oh my god, there's actually a Lake Erie in Washington State. I hope that's not to be confused with the Lake Erie in the Great Lakes, but I see they even had a Burger Master in Mount Vernon too, if I went there. But we did enjoy Burger Master for 2 days, and both were really good. But yeah, let's just enjoy the sounds. But hey, at least I got to see the Skagit River Bridge. Well, or at least as much of it as I could see. Well after it collapsed. And in September 2012, this is what it was supposed to look like. What it's supposed to look like in its full form. But, of course, that's what it looks like now. Too bad there's no shots from 2013 I can see, when there actually used to be a temporary... there actually was a temporary kind of structure up at one point, where there were, like, gates or something, but I guess that's not the case. But yeah, kind of disappointed we never got to check out as much of the beaches as I would have liked to check out in Washington State. But at least I did get to see a Cascades train when we were there. You may remember the video of the Whidbey Island experience. You may remember that video I made during the trip. But yeah, I gotta say that those beaches in the Pacific Northwest weren't that exciting. Not as exciting as in the Florida. Now let's see, Daytona Beach, Fremont, Cocoa Beach, yeah. When we were there back in 2022, it was the holiday season, but unfortunately, Central Florida was susceptible to the magnitude of the cold. It wasn't as cold as it was in Chicago, thankfully. It was only 50 degrees, but it was still pleasant enough. But sadly, I didn't get to do the beach, or sadly, we didn't get to go into the water. But hey, at least when I did the 2023 intro, I did a nice. I actually did a nice video of the. I got some nice shots of the waves. Yeah, here we go. This is actually where I shot the footage. Right here. Well, this is as of April of 2017, but obviously everything was different. Well, this is actually when no, this is not the farthest we went on the pier. We actually went to about here, and that's as far as we went. Now, I believe it was right here, somewhere right here, where I shot the footage of the waves crashing onto the shore. If I had found some generic sound effects, it would have been better, but other than that, I'm still happy, but I'm still proud of the results. But yeah, I'm disappointed I never got to enjoy the beach when we were there. I mean, if it had remained, well, the beach probably would have been closed for the season anyway, so. But what I'm further disappointed about was that I never got the opportunity to even, go into a pool or anything during that trip. But while I did actually go in one briefly, let me tell you, it was not very pleasant. It was not pleasant at all. I mean, it was only the hot. Let me tell you, it was very cold because there was absolutely no heater on it. Well, I think there was a heater, but if I remember, it wasn't working. But either way, I'm disappointed that I didn't get to enjoy the pool as much as I would have loved to enjoy it. The only thing that I enjoyed was the hot tub. I only got to enjoy it 2 times over the course of just one day. Yep, one day. That's it. Just the one day, and that was the end of it. Which again, I'm a little disappointed about, but at least I got to enjoy when I could. But I don't think I enjoyed the pool too much in 23 either. We went to... Yeah, I don't think we ever went to the pool at all. Oh, we did. We did. We did, but we did it in Gettysburg. When we were in Gettysburg, we only did it there. We didn't do it anywhere else throughout the duration of the whole trip. But again, that makes me a little disappointed. I'm especially disappointed that for the past several years I haven't been getting too many opportunities to enjoy the pool as much as I would have loved to enjoy it. But, of course, that's for several reasons. Of course, my part-time job, and of course, especially this summer, my that math class. Oh, that was horrible. That was just terrible. But I'm glad I won't have to go through it anymore. Now that I passed it, at least. So, not that I passed it, so I'm glad that I don't have to worry about that now. As now I can just focus on the classes that, of things that I enjoy. So. But now this coming week is actually something else that's being attached to the stuff that's in addition to all the discussions. So it's going to kind of, sorry if I'm a little bit more, but of course I will be doing, like I said, I'll be working on the rendering of those Wheel of Fortune episodes tomorrow, and that I'll actually be doing first. but then I almost forgot that I still have the first and second parts of the 200th Street View episode that I have yet to make. I have yet to put those two together to make a final product. Now I was thinking I could do that after I do Wheel of Fortune, or if I really feel like it, I might make it done tonight, and then I could just render that after the Wheel of Fortune episode. Probably good. I'm thinking that's maybe what I should do. I'll probably do it tonight. You know, maybe during the KDKA test I'll probably piece it together, but before I do that, I'll have to retake one of the songs. So, you know, I'll just put the two pieces of footage together and just, you know, put in music and everything. That's really all it is. So, but yeah, at least I get to enjoy the sound effects. And I guess we can enjoy this pool too. I see a shark right under me. Whoever came up with this idea of an aquarium you could actually go swimming in, quite clever, but at the same time, quite a risk too. I mean, there's like live sea creatures in there. If something like this ever came up in real life, no, I would not try it. Never.
Splat!
Alright. Why don't we head to that freeway game next? And let's do 44. All right. So, um, I did see a civil emergency message go through. So, let's take care of that quickly here. Take care of that quickly before we move on.
Junction Valley Utility Company is issuing a precautionary flow notice. Until the utility company gas inform you the water is safe to drink, we advise you to use bottled water or boil all tap water before consumption or use.
What's this one? Let's see. When was this one? I'm not sure if that was from today or not. I don't know if that was from today, but I want to take a look and see. It was from earlier today. It was for Butte and Custer counties in Idaho. I hear dinner cooking, or at least that is what I hear. I see Amtrak 4 has also finally arrived in Fort Madison. Let's also take care of the Borealis and the Builder while we have the chance. 1628, so the Boreas showed up a little late, but otherwise on time. Alright. And then we'll watch the Builder go through Oconomowoc. And then that will be it. That will be all of them. Alright. Let's play that Brunswick bowling thing next. So there's all the bowling balls already here waiting for us. Hey, look at that. We actually have two perfectly working pin setters this time around. Isn't that amazing? Unlike the last time, where there was only one properly working pin setter. Well, I'm happy about this move for sure. So. Oh, that's right, I have this. We gotta turn the music off. Oh, here we go. We press E to turn. It just mutes the music. But if they'd like to have the music on, then I'll just mute the audio from the game here. Oh wow, there's actually proper sound effects. Oh, And the friggin' other pin setter isn't even on, so. Oh my god, I have not played. I haven't went to Whirly Ball. You know what? If anyone considers Whirly Ball again, there we go. The other pin setter's been activated. Oh, looks like my pin setter was just turned off, wasn't it? Yep, it was just turned off. Well, let's go turn it back on. There we go. Be nice if there were more lanes other than these two, but it's fine. The Raising Cane's Spare. There's a ball with the Raising Cane's logo on it. That's interesting. That's something like that's in this game. Let him have his own pin setter. So there's no button to claim the lane, which is interesting. Oh, yep, that's the first part of dinner. All right, made it through the first part of dinner, and now let's get back to our game here. Where did the builder go? Status says a 517. Did it go through Economowalk when I was... No, it didn't yet. No, it didn't. It's probably waiting for the Borealis to clear the one-track section. And any other freights inbound and outbound from to and from Milwaukee. And then once the builder gets the clear, once they get the go, then the builder will then continue down the one-track section through Economowalk, and then it'll be off toward Columbus, the next stop there. So then, after that, it'd be Columbus, then Portage, then Wisconsin Dells, Toma, La Crosse, Winona, Red Wings, St. Paul, and then St. Cloud, Staples, and then Detroit Lakes at like 4 in the morning. 3 in the morning, actually, is when it stops there. I mean, we could have taken the Empire Builder, but, I mean, we wouldn't get much time out of Seattle if that was the case. So yeah, we're just waiting for one more component of dinner to be ready. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and play the Destroy a Bridge game now. It is gonna start playing music, so I'm just making sure that the thing is already muted. And it looks like yes, the music is the desktop audio rather is already muted. Alright, here comes the builder. I see Drew wants me. Here comes builder number 7. After waiting 40 minutes. Did I just share some people on the camera? I'm gonna have to watch again. What was the reaction? I hear they were yelling train. Like, it was gonna come by. Alright. Now that takes care of all the Amtrak's for today, but I know Chief number 3 will not be at Fort Madison for only a little bit longer. It's only going to be a little bit longer before it arrives in Fort Madison. It did arrive in Mendota on time, so we'll just have to wait and see when it shows up in Fort Madison. But like I said, that's it. That's the last of the Amtrak's that we need to see today. So we're going to play a little more of this bridge destruction thing for only a bit longer while our dinner tonight is getting prepared, and then we'll go from there. Oh, now dinner's ready. Okay, we'll come back and play that a little more later. But right now, we'll go ahead and transfer over to DeKalb, and we'll get it all set here. That should be a good place. Oh, we actually have lights now. That's better. That's how crossing should look. Alright, I'll go have dinner. I'll let you all enjoy whatever comes through here. I know there's not going to be any sound, but I want to have the desktop audio muted in case Drew plays like copyrighted music or anything like that. All right. I've returned from dinner. Oh, this again, and everybody failed to take it. Or that was yesterday. It was yesterday. Okay, it was yesterday. Thought it was today, but it isn't. All right. There is a product I do want to go back on before we continue, since WGON's Daz deck is having technical problems. So let's take care of all of this stuff before we continue and move on to the next game. So let's take care of this now, along with a few other tests. Looks like there's a lot more than that. So looks like there was a lot more stuff than I thought. And once we have everything, we will move on. Okay, that should be it. That is everything. Yep. All right. We took care of that. Now, what game do we want to play next? Let's go to Destroy a City. We haven't touched this game in a little while, so we might as well. Might as well do so. I'll have the music on for this one, because why not? But of course, it's muted just like before. So this is all that's left of the suspension bridge now. All it really is just the tower that has very little support left. But we can get rid of the rest of those supports with this. That's only one of them. Probably just need to send another payload to get rid of the rest of these. Oh wow, it is lagging. What the heck? These are like standing up perfectly. Well, we can just do this and I'll attach them all. I don't know how this even happened in the first place, but that's cool. And we're in the water. The stacks get middle low in the water, said the green pawn. Yep, and don't forget, new episodes of Sorry continue tomorrow. Well, both airing on the playfield, both airing on the main channel, and of course being recorded to be aired next year. I feel glad I'm preparing these episodes about a year or so in advance. Because I know I have a busy life ahead of me. A lot of us do. So that's why I want to take the time when I can to make these episodes for each and every one of you. The tower did not suffer too much damage from the destruction. But we'll have to go a different route. Those. Will that be enough? Will that be enough to take it down? I don't think we can ride on the cables, can we? Let's see. Yeah, no, we can't. Yeah, this tower is nearly fully detached. And the other tower has not collapsed as of yet. We'll probably need to do more of these to get it to collapse. Most of these don't seem to work. You know what? I think these towers are probably just indestructible. So you know what? I'm not going to bother destroying them any longer. I'm just going to go ahead and regenerate. I'm just going to go ahead and regen the whole piece. The historic Red Gate Bridge. That's the name of it? There is actually a bridge called the Red Gate Bridge in the Chicagoland area. In fact, that is on. So this is neat. There is a Red Gate Bridge in here, and there's a Red Gate Bridge that connects St. Charles and Elgin on Army Trail Road. Because yeah, we covered the Red Gate Bridge in that Street View episode. Oh, hey, it looks like the quality has actually improved now that we've restored the bridge back to a good, reasonable condition. Huh, it shows that I'm the only player here. But there we go. Now we can see the full effect of the deck collapsing. Alright, now to split this Ferris wheel in half. And ride in one of the carriages while it's doing this. If I can remember where the entrance is. Well, at least it tried to split it in half, but it didn't split it in half all the way. Okay, now this is where it should do some real destruction. There we go. So now the wheel is slowly but surely disappearing from the skyline. All right. Now, instead of wrecking that power plant like we do pretty much every single time we play this game, why don't we instead wreck one of these other buildings? By utilizing a sort of a strategy that we had done when we were here last time, which is start at the top, start by going all the way to the top floor, then just hammer down each of the floors one by one to get the entire thing to collapse. So I guess we could call it like a controlled collapse in some way, but it really isn't what you think it is, so sometimes we have to use advanced methods like this to break the glass so we can free ourselves. Alright, now we'll work our way all the way up to the top. Sometimes we'll need to use that moon thing. So we'll go all the way to the top of the structure. And we are going to start. We can walk right in here. Oh, what's this? Hazardous voltage. So I'm guessing what this is probably the building's backup generator. I believe that's its backup generator. I believe that's what this room is for. It's for the building's backup generator. Well, we're actually going to collapse this part of the structure last. Huh. Okay, not the outcome I had anticipated, but okay. Well, we're off to a great start. Ready for the hammer? Here we go. I didn't mean to go all the way down the elevator shaft. I meant to just go on one floor. You know what? Let's just hit the hammer on every floor, on whatever floor we can. And if we have to use the moon shaft to go up to the next floor, we will. Are you withdrawing money today? No, I'm not. We're getting rid of this building. Alright, there we go. Now we're free. Not seeing any real destruction. I'm gonna try to break the glass open so we can get inside. There we go. Now we can continue our Wrath of Destruction by hitting the hammer once on each and every floor until we can get this whole thing to totally collapse. Which I think we may have achieved that goal. Let's go to the top of the of the building that's going to be coming down next. Just go up to the top here. And there you go. You can see the whole thing coming apart in multiple pieces. You can see it all coming apart now in multiple pieces. This sounds exactly like the cue of the name it and claim it scrambled word game. This sounds exactly like it. It literally does. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. It literally sounds like it. I heard the first few notes of it and I recognized it immediately. Meanwhile, Barry the cockatoo is having fun with the blow dryer. The warning video showed him taking like a shower or something. Such a crazy bird, huh? All right, we have about an hour left here. In the next few minutes, we'll pause again so we can play catch up with everything from so far tonight, and get some of the new products. And then after that, we will. And then after that, we will wrap up with. We'll then wrap up our show here. What is this? Is that a protest? Huh, that's interesting. And what's this here? Random ramp? Municipal what jump? Oh my gosh. Let's try it with this let's try it with this police car. Oh, there we go. Yep, as expected. Like trapped inside here and I can't get out. Alright, there we go. Gosh, a Dell Precision with Windows 10 on it. Downgrading Windows 7 Pro to home. Alright, I think we've had about enough of this, but let's see what other buildings we can destroy here. This is what's left of it. All right. So, let me go ahead and acknowledge. All right, that's going to wrap up this game here. Let's see. That only lasted 47 seconds. That was not that long at all. Okay. So, we're going to go ahead and take care of 2 tests in here, and then the rest on WJON. The first being this Amber Alert. Alright. So there we go. We're all up to date now. I've just gone back on everything. Yeah, John's dad's deck, which is the main provider, that takes all the stuff from these other loggers to the TV, to the main and weather scan, stuff like that. That's not working. And of course, he says return to service is not known as of right now. But of course, being the busy man he is going to try to correct the issue as soon as possible. So he's going to try to get the problem fixed as soon as he can. Once he can get the issue fixed, then we should be good. So for right now, we'll just have to rely on the server for WGON's things, because he apparently disabled IceCast Playout on a lot of the other loggers that he uses. A lot of the other loggers that he ends up using, the Mass NWR, the local, he ended up disabling IceCast on all of those. Yeah, he probably disabled IceCast on them all, except for the weather scan and permanent monitors. It's only those two that are still active as of this moment. So it'll have to be some time. It'll be some time before all of those loggers are up and running again. But it's fine. As long as the other loggers are doing what they're supposed to do, that is what's good. And what do we have here? So I see Texas Gulf Coast is on a Kiwi SDR receiver, and he is picking up KDKA, which is the same thing I will be doing later tonight, of course. We'll be doing that when it actually comes time for the KDKA test, which is why we're going to be wrapping up which is why we only have 30 minutes left of our Roblox show here tonight, to not only play the finale game and other things like that, and then also, what else? Oh yeah, okay, KDK, then piece everything else together, and then whatever other things we got. So we're gonna go ahead and play the Central Illinois role play here. We're gonna go and play this one next. Actually, this will be our second to last game. After that, then we'll play this for about 15 minutes. Otherwise, this will end up becoming the finale game. And then we'll either move into Crashtown Game Thing, or we'll just drive around here for the remaining 15 minutes.
It's a beautiful day.
And you know what? I'll go ahead and throw in some nice music to accompany for this. So we'll go ahead and set up in Channahon. Full console support. I think they're talking about the console in the car, or are they talking about if you play Roblox on, let's say let's say an Xbox or a PlayStation. I'm guessing that's what they're talking about. So let's get situated right here. I know it says to go, but we're not going to do that just yet. So let me go ahead and load up a playlist here, and I'll pick a song from our collection. So what will we play? Technically, I want to pick some of the newer ones. Some of the newest songs that we have. Oh, it crashed. Wow. Okay. That was unexpected. Yeah, let's start with this one. Actually, hold up. I'm gonna turn down the audio from the game because I know you want to hear the music. music, and I do too. Alright. We're good. Let's go. 75th Street will be as far as we can go. Original stretch is 355. Now let's demonstrate a little tactic that my parents like to do when they go on this tollway. They usually like to go through the cash lanes for some reason. I like that one. Nope. This will be our exit. Okay, now we'll head back southbound. I'll show you the same technique again. We'll take care of that once we finish here. And I'm also going to retake Romulus as well. So I'll be re-recording multiple songs. We can probably do it while we're after KDK. Actually, I'll just rewind the song a bit so that way. This curve is obviously incorrect. It's supposed to turn to the right briefly and then go left. I like how this game predicts the future. That could come to this interchanges. looks like that's the end of it. That's right, pick me different. Yeah, how about a bit more intense? Yeah, that'll work. I'll just want to crank up the music a little bit to filter out some of the noise from the game. And we'll finish this off with this song by Taking It All on I-80, as far as we can go. 121 miles an hour. Well, perfect. I got called down for chores again. But we're gonna finish up this show. $110 miles an hour. $131 miles an hour. Okay, that's enough of the music. And that's it for the show then. Alright. So, I'm going to let this warning play. But I believe that's everything. Yep, we're already caught up with everything. Enjoying the voice call now since KK is like 10 minutes away at this point.
Just randomly TX on this receiver on the website, getting it somehow. Pretty good signal, actually.
All right, that's done. I'm going to turn this up a bit now that we're. Oh, this is great. Hearing the secondary and this at the same time.
So thankful I found this website.
The LC Media Player.
And that's the end of that. Let's see what it chooses next. Nope. As much as I would like to listen to that, nope. Not when we're on the air. And there's a reason for it. But anyway. Yeah, that was what I used. That was the That was like what, the fourth song I used in that 294, the first 294 video? You know what? Maybe if I run this second installment through, maybe if I run this third installment of Northbound 294 through Clipchamp, I might have better luck and maybe get it to be as identical to the Milwaukee Getaway, which was the third installment of the Summer Road Trip series from a couple years ago. As actually, it was from last. Actually, it was from last year. Actually, it was from last year. Yeah, when we did the Summer Road Trip series last year, where I showed you the routes of all of the road trips we've taken over many summers, including the first one, which was the most recent, Chicago and Philadelphia, and then Chicago Louisville, which was 2016, and then Chicago to Milwaukee, and then I showed Chicago all the way to Michigan, which was last year's trip, and then I showcased, and then I did some other miscellaneous routes, including including Charleston, some parts of Charleston to Myrtle Beach. And then the last few involved Cleveland. So, yeah, then the final two episodes of that series involved Cleveland. Turn that guy down a little bit. Alright, we're approaching 8 o'clock. It will be just about time for KDKA here. Well, my podcast should be going out any moment. I saw a Marine warning go out over Tallahassee too, so I'm getting that right now as well. Yeah, WGON's DASDEC is having issues picking things up from the main, well, basically from everything. He's trying to find a time to get the issue mitigated. And everybody will try to get it fixed as soon as possible. So for now, things that go over the main will go through my logger as usual. Things that go through the other loggers will not go through anyone. So I'll have to rely on those separately.
President Trump was born in Ice Raid in Massachusetts.
So yeah, that's the CBS news for this hour. And I'm also happy to report that this iPause logger is working again. So finally got that fixed. That looks like a got a pretty good moon going tonight in Fort Madison. So once again, after KDKA goes here, I'm going to re-record some songs, some chiptune songs. I'm going to re-record some. Actually, I should probably get that playlist ready so that way I know which ones I need to re-record. I'll go through my new list and the other list that I have. So, frack. Okay, so this one I need to re-record. Chronos we're going to find in the original section here. So this one I'm going to need to re-record. And then I'll go to the new section and I'll add in the songs that alright, this one is what it should be called, but there's nothing there. Looks like the same content. And image. And the other one being Peekaboo. This one. Let's play this one right now. And we're waiting for the other one. Get the receiver going here. Oh, this receiver doesn't work properly for some reason. So I'll have to go to the other one, Atwater. There we go. Now we can hear something out of it. And then, of course, later, after KDK goes, I'll re-record these songs and then I'll get them added with their new details. So the two original versions will be replaced. So the two original versions of those songs will be replaced. Yeah, they're going to be replaced by these new copies, and 3 of them will be brand new. Now, I'm not going to add these to WPLD, as I said, straight away, but rather I want to get these processed with the album art and everything. But I'm actually looking to update that album artwork for the rebrand. I'm looking to update the album artwork for the rebrand. Not only am I going to be updating that, but I'm also going to be updating the little sign that I have. Or I may just decommission that sign completely with no replacement. Because that sign has not been updated since 2022, I believe. Yeah. Certainly been a while since it's last been updated. So yeah, it's certainly been a long time since that sign has been updated.
Results in 2019 in
Now
Western
they're in
Pennsylvania.
commercials.
It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making the recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Mr. Toyota of Monroeville. IRS. They tell you to be afraid, scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Relief Advocate is different. PRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-481. Don't lose hope. PRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmares today by visiting us online at PRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people. The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
You get your
The Pittsburgh Extended Operational Area. This concludes this emergency alert system test. Texting privacy.
Dang it, I stopped it too early, didn't I? Oh, it doesn't matter. Got what we needed. That's alright, I got what I needed off of it. Okay, so that takes care of KDKA. While we are waiting for the other stuff, why don't we go ahead and begin recording now those songs? Why don't we go ahead and begin re-recording those? Yeah, I hate it when OBS does that. Or I can't close it or anything. I hate it when that happens. So there's one that says Untitled. Okay, this is the one that we're currently using. And this is the one that's running in the background. Okay, so that one we need to terminate. I don't know if it's a bug in the code or something, or I don't know. I don't know what the issue is with that, but I think it seems to be happening only on the Home Edition for some reason. Is this happening on Pro? Because it wasn't happening on Pro when I did this initially. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be happening on Pro. So I'm going to go ahead and re-record the songs in order on this list. So I'm going to go down this list here and re-record everything in order. I have everything in a special folder where I keep all my songs. So the first one will be, it's going to yell at me about no sources, but I don't care about any sources, as all I just want to do is re-record the songs. And by the way, OBS is only capturing the audio from the window. It's not capturing anything else. It's not capturing the Edge window that's open. It's not capturing anything like that. It's only capturing the VLC window that's currently playing. What is the logic of this? All three realms back to back to back with, well, I guess not back to back to back, but I guess all three realms within the course of 10 minutes. That's how crazy this secondary is when it comes to picking music to air and whatnot. But still, I'm going to leave the volume alone. I'll just re-record all of these. The first one we're doing is obviously the longest one of all of them, which clocks in at 10 minutes, well over 10 minutes. So then all I want to do is get them ready to go onto, WPLD IP. And I will probably be pulling one of the songs, and maybe because I found the full version of it, so I'll probably pull one version and put the new one in its place. I don't know. While it is related to chiptune, I did find out that there is an actual creator tied to it. So this is great. The Flutter, Cavern, and Snow Realm in order, all within 10 minutes of each other. What kind of logic is that? Alright. So, let's put everything in order from so far tonight. I remember what order they go. 5:48, and the time on this one was 5:38. This one was 5:31. Okay. This one is 8:17, so that would convert to 3:14 in Central Time, because KLT, whoever runs that KLT mass monitor doesn't even know how to convert to change the time zone on that software from UTC to like Eastern Time. But as I've explained already, if I see the time at the top is already converted to Central or Eastern Time, so it's all good. This one came at 2:59. And of course, I skipped over the attention signals as quickly as possible. And we were actually discussing this with North Utah at the beginning of today's show. And I was saying that he was talking about how. Oh, we never trimmed this one down, didn't we? That's where this guy's going anyway, so. And I was telling him that KLT does the full attention signal even for EAS participant originated tests. Well, just about everything. Well, that's not what my logger does, thankfully. It only does the full attention signal for severe weather warnings. But at other times, it won't do the full attention. Well, there are some tests where it'll do the full attention signal anyway, without me even messing around with anything. But otherwise it's fine, so. Alright, so that's the Amber Alert. And of course, we're going by Central Time, so. Again, I'm going to let the. And then I'm going to check this iteration of inauguration and compare it against the original to determine which one turned out better. Uh, 6:12. So what I was thinking is, soon after we go off the air tonight, I'll take all of the songs. I'll take all the songs that we've recorded and see how good they've turned out. $6.46, and I'll see how well they've turned out. And if they turn out great with little to no cuts, then I will use that. Last part of that, 657. $6.23. This wolf test. This one happened at 7:04.
We're gonna fly. VLC medium. At symbol. At symbol. Exiting narrator.
Okay, that one was 6:35. KHII. So yeah, it looks like a lot of stations and Comcast cable clusters and everything ended up testing today. So okay, that one was 6:46. It was KCRW. And I'll zoom in on each file. Oh wait, that was 7:02 when that went out. Must not be going by the message start time. I'm going by the time when it was scheduled. So this one was 6:20. Okay, and then there were a few more at the 7 o'clock hour. And this one came right after. And this one I did try to record twice. Okay, then we get into some of the more live stuff. So that, and this, then this, and that looks to be the end of it. So this was Guam. That is definitely not. Okay, looks like that's the end of it. So let's stop. And now I'm going to change that out with this one. Okay, let's start that one. There we go. Okay, cut this part off. Beautiful. Okay. All right, everything. Oh, wait. What the heck is this? Oh, there we go. All right. Just running through the list, making sure that we've got everything. Now we'll check the Comcast. Actually, I'm just going to run through it myself, assuming we got everything. So That was the last thing. This is the only thing today. Only thing were these spectrums. How did I not see this? Well, there wasn't a message anyway. I don't know why it sometimes just cancels out the NWS message with some with just some text to speech. I don't know why. I don't know why it does that. But it is, I believe, a work in progress. So I'm hoping they're working on getting that fixed. Or well, sometimes it does the NWS message, other times it does not. So I don't know. Oh wait, I hit the wrong button. I hit the Shazam button when I wanted to do dark mode. Alright, while we're waiting for Chronos to record, there's this article about Flyby 11. Super ESU script. Because, yeah, last night I found a video of a demonstration of a script that pretty similarly to with the ESU program in Windows 7 applies the business ESU for free, which I'm pretty sure is obviously in a way that Microsoft does not want you to. I just came across it at random after watching a whole bunch of videos about the end of Windows 10, which is coming next month. I mean, next month? I can't believe it. We're already a month away from the end of support. Well, Sunday actually will be the 1 month mark until the final, until the last update for Windows 10 is released in support. And then after that update is released, that's it. No more updates after that. So, well, that is unless you sign up for the ESU. Well, time is running out, and I still have not received the ESU thing. But what I was thinking is maybe I need to have that machine signed into a Microsoft account in order to actually enroll it, which I think is the case. But anyway, let's move on to the next one. And I'll go ahead and process all of these songs after we go off the air tonight. So here we go with the next one. Could have waited a few seconds, but oh well. I'll see how it turned out at the end. If I need to re-record any of them, I will. But yeah. And it was actually from a GitHub page too. Let's see if I can find the video in question in my history if I was watching it on the correct account. Maybe I didn't see it on here. Maybe I saw it on this account. Maybe let's see. KK fails. They did it right. I know Yoshi is joking about the failed part. Apparently, that guy found a WR100 version 3 at a Goodwill. Ooh, what's this? Yep, this is the first of Old Log. Yeah. Well, this time around I'm doing Rochester on the secondary. BMX, really? Well, the reason for that is Birmingham postponed yesterday. I missed it this morning, but it's alright. At least I'm including a silent snippet of it in this week's video. So let's see if I remember how I got to it. So I ended up getting to it by, let's see. Oh, so this was just a video on how to get that ESU program thing. I might have actually gotten it, but what I was thinking is I have most likely not. I use it on a local account and not a Microsoft account. So I'll have to check and see if those values that are needed to actually get the that ESU thing to work is there. But unlike with Windows 7, as I've done well after the ESU of that operating system, this time I'm going to do it the way Microsoft wants me to. And go through that ESU prompt. And I'm fine with just a year, because I just need it for just one more year so I can have time to decide what to do with it afterwards. You know, if I'm going to retire it, just go and put it on 11 despite the requirements anyway, or something like that. And I forgot to mention last week I was watching unboxing videos of a bunch of Windows 11 desktop PCs. Yeah, essentially a whole bunch of Windows 11 desktop computers. And a few Windows 10, mainly all-in-one PCs. Okay, that song is coming to an end. So, as of now, I'm going ahead and clearing these three to go onto WPLD. Alright, so we'll end only an image. Wonderland is the next one. Was this the version of Wonderland that I had earlier? Because it had all those symbols, like all those less than signs, greater than signs, and everything. I want to be sure that this is the right one. It's processing all the titles. Yep, that is the right one. Okay, let's start that and begin the song. Now, what was the number? 1505? Yeah. Now, that's HAN. Now, here's what I'm going to do this time around. Oh, that was with St. Louis. So I'm just going to create a whole new line. because this time we're doing Rochester. This time we're going to do Rochester, New York. I'll close out the secondary thing because I don't need it anymore. And there we go. And we'll lock the machine. And if I remember not to screw this up, into the correct port. Ooh, good, I did it without causing a short circuit on the motherboard. Good thing, good thing. Alright. So, the thing is, when I had WXXI in my monitors, each week there was the Rochester monthly. Apparently, it has not seemed to have relayed the Rochester RMT. They still stream their usual weeklies. That's the good thing. But I'm concerned that they may have stopped relaying the Rochester RMT altogether. So that's what I want to do this week. So this week in my secondary, I have a bunch of stations from the Rochester market. And I do have WRMM in there, even though they do have an automated test. I just want to see which one of these either do their weeklies despite the monthly, or even take the Rochester monthly test in the first place. That's what I want to know. That's what I want to see. Now, as that's going, we still got 2 to go. Now, last week I've also found out that WHO doesn't seem to relay their RWT probably because of the pre-stream ads and things like that. That's very annoying. That's what I hate about some of these live streams. More notably, some of the more premium ones. So I've swapped out KZK with I swapped out WHO with KEZK St. Louis. And why is that? Because that's actually one of the stations that KFAV apparently relays their weekly test. When I found out, did I cause any damage to the VGA port? Okay, I hope I did not, but it won't matter because I'm not even going to use the VGA port on there. I mainly used HDMI, and I probably will never use VGA, but that's right. If I want to take that cable out, put it in the micro, well, I don't know if it's even going to work. But I'll try to see if I can get that panel thing to pop out. I don't know if it's permanently embossed in the frame, but it sure looks like it. So I don't know if that's a risk I want to take, but I don't want to, so. Alright, and then there is one more. And that is this one. Okay, here we go. And this is the 5th and final song of the list. Now I'll go ahead and get that the thing that we use for our Ticket to Ride show going while we can, and close all these out. So, if we have time before Ticket to Ride, I'll go through both of those recordings and just see how well they turned out. I'll transfer them over via USB, or I'll take care of those songs after we go off the air tonight. But let's set up the main. Everything's good, so we don't need to make any changes there. But we do need the Monday automated tests. Now, now, of course, you know I split it into different sets now. So this first set, I add up to up to 3 WV. Now that's because I've been that's because I've been going to bed and calling it a night, calling it a day earlier, that I have been. Because Mondays, previously, I've been going up to like 2:30 in the morning, which I know wasn't a very good idea. So I probably need to increase my bedtime a bit more. And especially with the fact that Monday there's like 50 gazillion other tests. it's best to just let my logger handle everything as opposed to my tablet. And there's actually still some leftover automations on here that I never removed. So I guess we'll go ahead and remove those now. So delete. Actually, you can just go ahead and do that. And they're gone. There we go. So now they're all disabled and removed. And of course, when this device is not in use for any sort of internet connectivity, I just take it offline, and that's that. End of story. So I've got this guy ready to go. Making sure all the stations are in there. I did have a New Orleans station in there at one point. Well, I had it in there because, if you may remember, we recently confirmed that they're starting to test at random now, as opposed to going at 9:45 in the morning. So we've taken that out, but if we do find out at a later point that they do end up going again at 9:45 a.m. on Monday mornings, I will make those changes. So, all right, we've got all the songs, but I'll keep that open if I need to do those again. But for now, we have everything. So that's set. I'll transfer the files over. Actually, I think we can go ahead and do that now. Not going to bother doing it over nearby sharing because it's probably not going to work. So I will just utilize the special transfer folder that I have in here as well. Not for sorry stuff, but for any other files and stuff like that, like these that are literally 500 megabytes in size. So I'll just copy those over to this flash drive, and then I'll just plug this drive into my main system, and then I'll just work with the files from there. So that's the route I'm looking to go. All right. So with that, we'll let those files continue copying over. It's just about done. 92. Now wait for the light to stop flashing. Okay, it's finished. Now I'll just go and plug it in here. And then I will load up Audacity and I'll work with these. And then I'm going to work with those files in just a bit. So I'll take Roblox out. Okay, with that being said, we're going to go ahead now and take our final commercial break of the day. And when we come back, it's our main event. Take It to Ride. And we're back. It's time for Ticket to Ride, the big finale of our show here tonight. I just went back on that warning from Calgary. I have yet to change that Broadcastify link out to that NWR thing, but if you don't feel like that would be a viable option, considering if that NWR thing isn't going to last, so. So after I put this in here really fast, we will get started. There we go. Alright, so let's go ahead and connect into the PC. What the heck? Why is it not showing up? Huh. Okay. Let me restart it. See if it finds it now. Yeah, it does not appear to be working. I'll give it a second to try and find the machine again. I'll give it a few minutes. While we wait for that, let me go ahead and navigate to that transfer folder that's on my flash drive. And I'll take care of the songs. I mean, yeah, let's do that while we wait for it to try and find something. It showed up in the menu for like a split second, and now it's not showing up at all. Here, what if we take it offline temporarily and then back online again? What will that do? No, I do not want to play an online game. Besides, their online servers don't even work anymore. So. Alright, make sure that this is recorded correctly. Sounds like this version came out much better than the first iteration. Yeah, it seems like this version came out much better. Alright, I'm going to try restarting the device. Alright, can't do it with this, the Siri button. I have to do it with the volume buttons too. There we go. So, let me try restarting the iPad, see if that fixes anything, or it could be something with this computer. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're having some technical problems here. We're gonna see if this fixes anything. While we wait, I'll go ahead and reset this. Add in the first round of tonight's tests. There we go. All right. Let's wait for it to connect, and then we'll try it again. Or I may have to pull out our old friend Restream if this is not working. Here, let me try restarting the AirPlayer program again. If it doesn't work, I'll have to disconnect from the internet temporarily and try once more. Okay, yeah, that's not going to work. Let's try it. Let's try it via wired. See if Let's try it wired and see if that does anything. Okay, here we go. Start mirroring. Okay, let's see if that does anything. Okay, there we go. All right, so there we go. Got it to work. So I got it connected via wired connection. All right, so now we're good. We got the problem fixed. So now we can get started. How is this thing already at 100%? It already says it's not charging. Huh, that's odd. That's alright. It's probably charging it in the background. There's one part of this. It's like somewhere around this part here. Oh, yes. Yes. This version turned out much, much better than the first time. So I'm very happy for that. So I'll go ahead. Duration. And I will save this file to the new songs for WPLD folder. This will be a replacement file for the original. All right. Let's see how Chronos turned out. Hopefully it turned out pretty good. Shouldn't be a cutout. Yes, much better. That is much, much better. That's a much better version of Chronos than before. So, all right, so there's that version. All right, with 2 songs successfully replaced, now I'm going to move on to one of the newest ones that we'll be adding to our collection. And by the way, I checked the Bubble Guppies episodes for tonight, and they're not going to be that anything exciting. Okay, it seems like it was glitching out at the beginning. Yeah, it seems like it was glitching out at the start. So I'm going to retake it. So I'm going to do it again. Because that's certainly not how it's supposed to sound. So I'm going to give Only an Image another try. And we'll see how much farther we get this time around. After I get Coursera off my screen. Because I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear anything about it. Alright, so let's try this again. And let's see what result we get. Okay, let's see how much better this one turns out. And I'll send this one over to be retried after we take care of these two. I'm going to wait for the song to finish all the way. And I'll continue the secondary monitoring on here. I know the quality is probably going to be bad, or the signal will be bad rather, but that's part of the fun. All right, and I'll run it through Audacity on this PC and see how it turned out. All right, how did it do this time? Were there those glitching effects at the beginning? Yes, much better. That is beautiful. Much better. I'll play the rest of the song sped up. Yes, it turned out perfectly. And I'm more than proud. So, that is a much better version of Only an Image that will be utilized. That is a much better version. Okay, and I'll try to use Nearby Sharing to share this file. However, for some reason it doesn't let me. As it will probably just remain on this loading screen or page, whatever. Probably indefinitely. So, yeah. I'll have to... Well, like I said, I'll just take the file off the flash drive unless that loads. But right now, let's continue with all the other stuff that I have yet to send over. So, this one I believe is Wonderland, if I remember correctly. Okay, and this is where it ends. Alright, beautiful. So that one turned out perfectly. Let's play it in reverse and just zoom it in a bit further. See if I observe any glitching or cutoff effects. And I'll let the final 50 seconds play normally. We're on game 2. Yes. I'm very proud of what this micro has achieved for me so far. Alright, and then here's the other one. And so far, I am quite impressed with the results. Peekaboo is the name. Okay, we will export it now. And there we go. So that's all of them. I'll go ahead and copy this file over now to the USB. And I believe I can access the Audacity folder from the other window. That's what I like about this Explorer in 11 as opposed to 10, is I can open a separate Explorer window without having to terminate the whole thing, which is quite nice. Alright, so it took a second try for Only an Image, and it played out brilliantly. I'll just wait for the file to finish copying, and then I'll take it out. I'll wait for the light to stop flashing too. And it's done. Alright. Beautiful. So let me set this back to how it was before. And then let me reset the Explorer shell. And put this back on the CPU hardware readings. Alright, and then let me connect this USB back to my main system. And then locate the audio file we just made. Oh wait, we're in the documents directory. We're not here. Here we go. Alright, let's see. Oh, it's muted. Yes, that's exactly what I want. And then I'll just move this over and delete these 4. And that's it. That's all we need. So I'll go ahead and eject the USB now. I can go ahead and close this. I'm going to save the Mr. K Puyo credits for another time if I want to add it, because I'm not going to add it straight away to WPLD just yet. But if I'd like to at a later point, I will. So, but for now, I'm fine without it. So there we go. Chronos and Inauguration have both been redone. Or is there an issue with nearby sharing in this thing? Maybe it's best if I just turn it off and back on again. So maybe that could solve some of the problems. Because I am going to be using Inauguration in the upcoming video of Illinois Route 47, which I was actually thinking about well after we left the air last night. So here's what I was thinking. Make the Wheel of Fortune episodes first, then produce State Route 47, get that created, and then move on to Sorry, because I want to get that 200 Street View video created as soon as I can. So as I said, I could get it done this week, but as for the coming weekend, next weekend, I won't be able to make it. And of course, you all know the reason why, because I was talking about it at the beginning of the show. This thing is stuck on 100% and not charging, which I know is completely wrong. But let's see what happens if we disconnect it. So it actually has charged up to some extent, 34%. Oh good, we can do it via wireless now. I'm so proud. We can finally do it via wireless. I've been messing around with this thing for a while. But will it actually connect? Yes, it will. But let me make sure it's actually connected to the correct app. Let's see here. There we go. Okay, there we go. So now we know that. So there we go. We got it to work. It just needed to just connect it wired first of all, and then do it wirelessly, and now it works. So there we go. Something not even a little troubleshooting can fix. So now that that problem has been solved, I'll go ahead and try to share. I'm not going to try to share over the songs just yet because I want to deal with Wheel of Fortune first, and that's probably going to eat away the remaining 125 or something gigabytes left on this main drive. Oh wow, the main size is even lower now, 115 gigabytes. So yeah, I'm going to have to do something about it. It's probably from all the sorry stuff that's been sitting in the. It's probably from all the sorry stuff that's been sitting in post-production. Well, I didn't see your county request. I didn't see your comment. That's the problem. I looked everywhere. I looked at the held for review. I looked everywhere and I didn't see it. So yeah, I might. I didn't look back at the held for review section globally. Well, I looked. Did I look at the wrong part of held for review? Did I look at just the individual community posts instead of like all comments? Well, that's something I have yet to. That's something I keep forgetting to do. Going back on some of those comments that have been held for review. Why do I keep forgetting about that? Well, I guess this is probably why my subscriber count's suddenly going down again, but only by a bit, so I hope this is not a continued decline, but let me take a look and see. Let's see, let's try held. Oh, there's all the. Let's see, there's a bunch of other comments. So. Let's see. Let's see, there's a bunch of. Yeah, there were a whole bunch of other comments there. I see Austin Walker's asking about the Way Sorry version of the game. Yes, there is. In fact, the Way Sorry is actually in the works. Well, actually, that episode has actually been created. Actually, I'll let him know. So that's going to be the 100th episode, which is still a little about 6 weeks away. Definitely get that. Like, yeah, I keep forgetting about going back on any held comments and whatnot. So yeah, I keep forgetting about anyway. Yeah, see, there were a bunch of other comments. Wow, new game show. Yeah, there's a lot of other. Playfield, Bill Kennedy, Rose, and the one line goes planfold. I still can't get enough of that comment. I don't know why. I just can't. Okay, that takes care of 50 gazillion other held for review comments that I needed to take care of. So, yeah. Good thing I got that taken care of, Mike. Because I saw there were a bunch of. There was one comment that was asking about an upcoming Sorry episode. And yes, Way Sorry is actually, as I said, Way Sorry has been created already. That is going to be episode 100. In fact, I planned that out when I filmed the first 125 episodes of the show. The first set, was actually the first 125. That's why I said the first 125 episodes, which go through from June up to November. So that's what I did when I created the show. The 100th episode is the 100th episode of it is Way Sorry, as I have confirmed. Sorry Strategy is going to be episode 200 of the show, which of course is a long ways away, but I've already created it. And when we get to episode 300, as I'm planning right now, as I'm thinking of, I was thinking about combining both Way Sorry and Strategy together to make Way Sorry Strategy for episode 300. And then I was thinking for 400, 500, and 600, if that's as far as we go, I'll likely repeat the same process. So it was Austin, but of course, if I probably should have comment notifications on. I don't know why I keep forgetting of those. It's probably because of the held for review stuff, and I keep forgetting about it. But it's certainly been a while since I've last checked them. So yeah, it was Liam who was asking. About. What was he asking about? Whatever. It was probably asking about one of my shows. And then someone else was asking about, like, really, are you smarter than a 5th grader? Well, yeah, because there's a whole reason why I wanted to, do so. And there's a whole reason why I do a lot of these shows in the first place. It's because I seem to have a taste for them. Another evacuation order for Challen, Washington. Oh my gosh, this is getting out of hand here. But otherwise, we're caught up with everything now. I'll just get it on my station. But of course, when I can, I will check the held for review section, and I will answer any and all. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. There we go. And of course, I will answer any and all. I will try to answer at any and all questions as much as I can. So let's see. Oh, that's right. Well, we've made some of our connections, but we have to get out of Los Angeles first. Oh, is it still trying to relay? Oh, it's still trying to do so. And that's going to be the same thing. So I'll just disregard the repeated section. But of course, I'll remain online in case the Lembang wants to talk. If not, then I'm sure he has a busy day ahead of him tomorrow, so. Alright. I'll go ahead and send these two over to the iPad. Okay, it's done. We want to do Miami. Let's do Winnipeg because we're nearly to Little Rock. So. All right. Now, I think we'll have time for like one or maybe two more games. I think we'll have time for like either one or two more games of this because of the technical problem we had at the beginning, which ate away a little bit of our time. But that's okay. As I said, we'll play as much of this as we can, and then that should be it after that. Well, at least there actually was a human voice this time, unlike the previous Chelan County messages. So yeah, I'll just be watching the general from my other system. And I'll just have the logger up on my main screen. But let me make sure that I have everything that I've got while it tallies up the scores. I did see an RMT go through the testing, so I'll take care of that next. This one failed. Wait, what was the time? Okay, that was like a long time ago. Okay. All right, good. That was a lot. That was like a very long. I don't know why KOD takes forever to relay everything. And otherwise, yep, that's it. no additional Coxes or Verizons or anything like that. So I guess we're all caught up then. So, well, in my case, we are. So we got the 5 new songs. I would say 5 new songs, but only 3 new songs have been made today. 2 of which are retake. Actually, I should retake the third one too. The third one I actually should retake because I found the extended version of it. But the question is, do I want to add it to my logger or my station, or do we want to keep it the same? I think we should keep it the same. I'm okay with it as it currently is, so let's keep it where it is at the moment. So this is great. It's gonna be a new song to play around with tonight. This is gonna be great. Another new chiptune song to mess around with. Multiple new chiptune songs to mess around with tonight. While, well, you know what I'm gonna mess around with, right? So I'm not even gonna bother saying what it is. So, but I'll keep my status online in case the Lemblind decides to in case the Lemblind wants to take some time out of his night to talk. But of course, I will be open for any calls or chats on either my DM or Discord server while after we go off the air tonight. But that is going to be until 12 midnight. That will be the cutoff point. So that will be the cutoff. That will be the cutoff point until tomorrow morning at about 9. Let's see. If I remember to get up at 9 a.m., I will. Otherwise, the you know whose realm is gonna make sure I get up in time to not only begin the tapings at 10 a.m. sharp. I probably should change it to 9 a.m. so that way I have enough time to get everything ready to go. I probably should do that. That probably would be a better move, but it's fine. It looks like the general has gone quiet. But for how long, though? There's all those other recordings I should probably move away. And we're going from Vancouver too, so. Oh yeah, this thing where I sped up the whole thing. And this was on the micro when I recorded this. This was just after I set it up. Yes, I sped it up so fast to like what 4x speed and had it like it was like a crazy pitch. That was quite crazy. when I made that. Well, when I sped the video up, so. But yes, if anyone's asking about Way Sorry, yep, it's coming. It's part of episode 100 of the series. That is going to premiere. Let's see, we're on 70 right now. So this will be 71. So it will be the 17th of October. Then that's when episode 100 is coming. But I did not want to say it to the in the comment because, of course, all the episodes I have are, of course, in chronological order as it is a weekday series. So again, the rendering plan is to do Wheel of Fortune first, get that show fully completed. Then after that, do the other episodes. let's see. So yeah, 245 episodes. That's quite a lot, but we can get through it. After those 245 episodes are done, then I'll move on to the 200th Street View episode, which will premiere sometime, I believe it's in April, let's say. So this will be 135. So it looks like it's actually gonna, so it looks like it'll actually be on March 7th from the calendar. Because I probably made it go earlier because of how I did 2 Street View episodes over the course of 2 weekends. You may remember that from the West Coast trip from earlier this year. You may remember that. So I believe we will have time to play one more game. Just one more game. And then that will wrap things up. But before we do that, I'll reiterate in shorter form the plans for this week. Yeah, that's what I'll be doing before we go, and then that will be it. But then, as I've said, I'll be open to any Discord calls or chats if anyone's interested in doing so before I too go to bed tonight. But I just wanted to let Biden call me at 1:30 just to see what it would be like. Just to see if he calls me when I'm asleep. So I just wanted to do it once, and I'm not letting that happen again. So I thought I did it. I did it twice. I've done it enough. I just want to see what it's like from my perspective. That's it. Now I know. Oh boy. Oh, there we go. Finally got the whites I needed. So once it gets back to me, we can play that. That one's actually the biggest card out of the whole pile. But I'll be losing a bunch of points. Since we pretty much will not be able to make it in time. Yeah. Unless yeah, I was about to say. So, yep, not gonna do it. Disappointing. But because we are running out of time, we're gonna go ahead and we're going to skip adding up the scores. And I'll go ahead and choose our 3 routes and commence our speed game, where pretty much we accelerate the pace of the game even more. Of course, as you all know. Now, as for a new Ticket to Ride series, I announced it as a proof of concept in the Downers Grove season finale. But as I've also announced, I have not officially, production again has not officially began on it yet. But I want to get through Sorry and Wheel of Fortune first, and taping of that series is set for the spring. I'll get to taping of that in the spring. So I know it's a little ways away, but we're gonna get there. We're gonna make it, and we're gonna make it for all of you. So, but of course, there's a logic when it comes to how I make these shows. I make these shows based on games that I like for instance, game shows of any kind. Fifth Grader was actually one of my favorite game shows back in the day. I remember watching those long plays of the PC game. So I was thinking, you know what? I want to try my luck at Fifth Grader and see if I can turn it into a series, because I sucked at that game on the DS. But I thought I'd try it on the PC and see if I got a different outcome. And certainly I did, because as in, I believe it was episode 18 this week, I finally won the $1 million. I finally won the $1,000,000, which I had not been able to do since I first started playing it. Not that PC game. That was not the one I regularly played. It was 5th Grader Game Time for the DS. And out of all the times I've ever played it, I had never even gotten to a point where I had gotten to the $1 million question, went for it, and won it all. That finally happened in, as I've said, episode 18. Who knows? It could happen again in a future episode. I'm not going to spoil it or anything, but I mean, it could happen again in a future episode. I see some rail cams are coming back. That's good to hear. But of course, the way I choose my shows is based on what kind of game videos I've seen in the past, or just recently, or games I remember playing back in the day. Let's say it at that. Especially with Sorry, some of the more recent ones. That's why I've ended up turning Sorry into a series after we introduced it into the Plainfield TV Live sector. So Sorry has been a gradual part of our lineup since then, and it's been doing very well. And Brandon has surely got some obsession out of it, because he knows the voice lines of the show, hasn't he? So, and I'm more proud of the effort that I've put into putting these episodes into, putting my work and effort into each of these episodes that I've created. Alright, looks like we're at the end, so I'm going to go ahead and change it back to normal speed and just put down the last card. And that's it. That is all we're playing. And we're just going to skip the final results because, yeah, that was... Look at how many big cards I had. Oh my goodness. Let's see what happens. Look at that. Lose 20. Lose 22. And they just had 6. That is a terrible score. Wow. Alright. Well, that is that. So go ahead and... why did I have the context thing open earlier? I don't know. Alright, let's go ahead and stop mirroring and exit the program. And let's go ahead and get one of the... which Michigan station do we want to do this week? Let's give GMV a try. If it will load. There we go. Turn this down. And then I gotta get KRVN going on my phone. KRVN. Yep, that's the one. Alright, starting both. Alright, they are both going now. So we'll just wait and see what shows up. And I'll just clear out that line and put in the second line. Of course, leaving out duplicates in the process. This one and this one. And that is all of them. But I'm not going to hit save yet, because that was the mistake I made last week, or a couple weeks ago, if you may remember. Alright, there goes Michigan. They're all saying alert already processed. Because they're all the same, basically, so there's no reason to do all those stations at once. Alright. Can we beat the Caribbean? Yes. Alright, so there we go. Parents are just about off to bed for the night. I gotta keep refreshing for mess, and there's that ad that won't play for some reason. I don't know why, but it won't. Then let me add this to the the evacuation order, and this Canada warning, and then the 2 tests from earlier tonight. Okay, so that will be the end of this clip.
Has issued a the church in any ad.
And I'll cut off the first part of the announcement. All right. And so that's it for today, ladies and gentlemen. We got through everything we needed to get through. So, I want to go ahead and reiterate about what is to come this week. This week before we go. So, let's begin with tomorrow. So, as I have already announced, I will be beginning the editing and I will begin the exporting process of all of the already made 245 episodes of Big John's Wheel of Fortune, including remaking the first 100 to synchronize them with the new opening and closing format that I am utilizing in each of those episodes. So those 100 I'll re-render first, and then of course I'll do everything else afterwards. Also, there are 40 episodes left to make of this Big John's Wheel of Fortune iteration before it reaches the limit through holiday 2026. So once we make it there, then that will be it. So I'm actually thinking we might actually complete the show by the end of the day on Thursday. In fact, we might be able to complete the show by then. At that point, I'll begin work on the 200th Street View episode, which I'm looking to release in March. In fact, the very first weekend of March currently is the plan. But we're going into Monday right now. So again, I'll continue taping Sorry and Big John's Wheel of Fortune to bring that show closer to the end. I'll also export all of those Wheel of Fortune episodes. In addition to the digital media work I'll be doing tomorrow, I also saw Mountain Ninja Rescue was going to be on tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. So if I remember to put the show on, I might get to see it. And then of course tomorrow will be the return of 25 Words or Less, Pictionary, Person, Place, or Thing, Jeopardy, Wheel of Fortune, Flipside, The Perfect Blind, all those shows coming back for all new seasons. Tomorrow night is also the Bears season opener and the Quiz with Balls season finale. So what I was thinking is, rather than watching the Quiz with Balls live from the New York Fox feed, I could watch it live from the Fox feed, and then just leave it for my parents, and then they can watch it at a later time. But then, of course, we'll do our Minecraft show as usual at 4 p.m. But, of course, there'll be more interruptions than usual because, 6:30 is Wheel of Fortune. Aaron comes back. And then, of course, everything else. Yeah, all that other stuff. And then Tuesday, of course, will be no live program. But, of course, the same process. We'll do the same thing. I'll tape more episodes of those shows, and continue rendering all those episodes. But this time, Construction Site will take the spotlight. And that comes on at 10:30 in the morning, same time as tomorrow, as I've said. And then I'll have the evening Fundamentals evening class that night, and then that's the end of that story. And then that's the end of that story. I'll wait another minute in case it has already gone through. Oh, there it is. And then after the evening class, that's it. And I'll probably get back to exporting. Done? Nope, it's done. And then either I'll get back to rendering all of those Wheel of Fortune episodes, or that if I do get back in time from my evening class on Tuesday night, I will probably be able to see the 2-hour season finale of the 1% Club, along with all those other shows. And I will actually watch all those shows live. Again, if I remember to. And then on Wednesday, of course, we'll have my 21st birthday bash. That's how special it's going to be. So we'll go through the show as usual, but then when we get to the end of Monopoly, that's when I'll be going out to dinner, special birthday dinner. I had decided the place would be Chaos Brewcade, and I showed you some pictures of it earlier in the show. So we'll be having dinner there, and then when I come back from dinner, we'll start part 2 of our show, and this is sort of going to be a preview as to what you're going to be seeing for another 8 weeks beginning October 15th, in fact. So that is going to be how Wednesday will play out. And then, of course, Thursday, the tapings will resume. The tapings will continue, the exporting will continue, but in addition to the discussion for the OS Fundamentals class, this is also the first of the so-called quarterly exams in this course. I actually prefer this over, tests multiple times, like 1 week there's one, then 1 week there's another, and then 1 week there isn't one, then another week there is. I like this idea better. Do it quarterly. I like it that way. But we'll see how the first one plays out. And then I'll have my other evening class that night. And then, I'll continue rendering those episodes. Maybe I'll work on the special there. I don't know. I'll think about it. Because by then, I'll probably finish all the Wheel of Fortune episodes, the remaining ones, on that Thursday. Then Friday, it will probably be just down to Sorry at that point. So then Friday, I'll just continue producing Sorry, finish all of those Wheel of Fortune episodes, then start making the Street View special, do my other sided class discussion, and then the exam for the other class. And after that, that will be the end of the story. So that's what that's about. So that is that story for that week. Then, of course, we'll have our Fun Night show that night. And Thursday, I forgot to mention about Backyard Baseball. We're going to do that as soon as I get back from my evening class. And that day, we'll probably... Oh yeah, that's going to be a new Celebrity Family Feud. We'll probably watch it on replay. If not, I'll watch it live on the San Francisco ABC feed at this time on Thursday night, if we do not get to see it. But then Friday will be our Fun Night show, and of course with the Wheel of Fortune actually coming back, the Friday taping is going to be cut much shorter, by another 30 minutes. But it's alright because we're nearing the end of production of Wheel of Fortune anyway, of our edition of Big John's Wheel of Fortune anyway. So, Friday, of course, will be our Fun Night show, and as I said, I'll finish editing those Wheel of Fortune episodes. And then Saturday, we will not have any sort of show, because that night, will actually be the main birthday bash, as I like to call it, the main birthday bash. But there's more to it than just that. As I was talking about at the beginning of the show, got 3 specials, 3 great videos lined up to take the place of our show that week. The remastered I-290, another take of I-294 North, which I'm hoping we will do, and of course, row fanning Northbrook. And then we'll have lunch at the Landmark Inn while I do the video of Northbrook. And then, well, since we got the outdoor seating and it's going to be nice and pretty outside, so I'm hoping I'll get some good footage of the trains. And I know some of my cousins are going to be with us too, so let's hope they don't go crazy while I'm shooting the video of the trains and stuff like that. Is that it? Yep, it's gone back to the music now. Okay. And then parking after that, and then I believe they're going to send me over to the Lawn of Oaks and spend the night there. And then that night we'll do and then as soon as I get back, we're planning on dinner at Primo's that night. And then the dinner and ice cream, we'll kind of call that like I'll kind of call it a true Billy Boys send-off. We'll kind of call it a true send-off. You know, how Billy Boys was back in the day. We'll kind of call it like that. And then, of course, we'll get ice cream afterwards. This is sort of like a big Billy Boys send-off, as I like to call it, as I'm calling it. And then, if I have time before dinner, I'll create, I'm going to actually do the Rail Fang video of Northbrook first, and then do the video of I-294, because that's going to be a bit more difficult. And then once 294 has been made, and I begin the process of uploading it, then we'll go live to do our Way Sorry and Way Sorry strategy live stream, which I am hoping to start that by around 7 or so. It's currently tentative. There's nothing set in stone yet. But, of course, once everything is set in stone, I will let you know. You'll be the first to know. And, of course, I will be providing updates on that in the coming weeks. Well, in the coming days. Not coming weeks, coming days. And then after that, that's really going to be it. But then while we're away, I'm going to let my Dell Micro handle everything. Everything while we're gone. And because of what's coming, I'm going to combine the Saturday and Sunday stuff into one video, into one whole video. So meaning any severe weather stuff and any tests that have happened while I was away, we're going to do it all at once when I get back home on Sunday. That's currently what I have thought in mind, but again, nothing's set in stone. I'll let you know of the final decisions once I am briefed further. And then Sunday we won't have a show either. Again, we don't know what's in the plan yet for that day, but once we do, we'll let you know. Then the following week, everything will be back to normal, and then we'll do we'll do 2 rounds of both Game of Life and Play 18 again on the 20th, the next Saturday show we do. And on the 27th, there actually won't be a Saturday show at all, because I'll be spending time with another one of my relatives. So we'll push Way Sorry that week to Sunday. So. And then, of course, after that, everything else will be back to normal for the time being. But, as I've said, once we know more, we will let you know. So, with that, that's actually everything I needed to brief you all on. So, that is going to be about it then for this week's Sunday Fun and Game Show, including our Roblox show. Of course, thank you all for joining us here tonight, joining us today, furthermore, for all of our fun and games and stuff like that. And we will be back tomorrow afternoon at 4 p.m. for this week's Minecraft show, where we will officially complete the I-189 Expressway and begin construction of I-289, which is next in line. We'll see if all of this will get us to make further progress. So hoping that's as far as hopefully we get farther with it. That's what I'm hoping for. So, with that being said, from all of us here, oh yeah, one more thing. If Alec the Lembine wants to call me tonight, well, if anyone wants to do any sort of Discord call or anything like that, with me tonight, well, I will be available until 12 midnight on there. Where after that, I'll begin the process of winding down, and I will not be accepting any calls or messages after that point. Then 9 a.m. is, I believe, when I'll be accepting all that stuff again. So I believe I'll try to wake up at 9:15. So I can't remember if that's how I had it set up. But let me just be sure. Oh, I do not. Yeah, I'll probably change it now so that way I have enough time to, get up and get ready for the day. Or you know what? If I remember to, I probably will. So, let's set it back. It's fine. So, that is... So yeah, that is what is to come. But once again, if anyone wants to do a Discord call with me, or if anyone would like to, do a quick text chat with me in Discord, of course, I'll be available until 12 midnight on there, where after that I'll be switching the status to offline, and I will not be accepting anything from that point until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. or 9:15 a.m. Well, anywhere within the first half of the 9 a.m. hour, I'd say. So with that, that's everything that I need to brief you on tonight. And so with that, from all of us here at Playfield TV and Highland Now, we bid you all good night.